Alright, let's get started then. Hello everyone, welcome to the channel. I'm Zuko Painting, and today we are going to be working on our Beastmen, although I do need to update this stream title because we are not going to be doing forest basing today. So let me do that. We're just going to be painting them in a production line. And I am only just going to start with 5 of them. I know production lines usually are a lot more than just 5, but it is a lot less exciting on the stream when you're just seeing me do 20 models of one colour over and over again. But I was out for lunch, I've had a couple of drinks, I'm pretty chill. So it's pretty much going to be quite a chill little stream. So we've got these Beastmen here. You'll notice that they're not quite Games Workshop Beastmen. Show us all the colours. Well, all my painting colours. It'll take a while to get all my painting colours out, but yeah, I can show you the setup a little bit. So I've got, just behind the screen here, we have paints behind. We also have paints in a drawer. So these are actually I've just got today. These kind of trays to keep them a bit neater and stuff. So I've got a kind of mixture of Games Workshop and Vallejo paints. So yeah, I've got these nice trays that fit in the drawers, which is nice, keeps it a lot neater. And then I've also got my kind of drawer of shame, the unorganised drawer, which is a lot of paints as well. And a headset, as you do. So that one's to get sorted, but maybe next payday. But thanks for joining the channel. We're going to be working on these Beastmen just now. So these are actually 3D printed. These are one-page rule models, and they're really nice. Like, the quality of them is absolutely great. So these are the ones that I've been working on in the stream so far, but I've not done these models yet. So we're just going to kind of work through these 5 models and just chill out. But if you are working on anything, just let me know. Let me know what you're working on, what your projects are. So I'm going to start off. One of the reasons I'm doing just 5 at a time is because, well, I have lots of models, if you can see here off the side. Yeah, so most of them are all the same kind of models, so we kind of want a bit of variation in their skin tones and stuff. So I'll do 5, maybe one type of skin tone, and then the next 5 will have a slightly different variation, and that way they're not all looking the exact same. So we want a wee bit of variation in their skin tones, but these ones are going to be kind of brownish. So if we go to my painting tray, you can see I've kind of got a line of browns here. So go starting from darker and getting slightly lighter. So the way I do it is I'll do a base coat starting dark and then slowly work up the things, usually doing 3. So you have maybe one dark, one kind of medium tone, and then a highlight. If you were wanting to go for really detailed models, you could use all of them slowly working up and having really small gradients between the colours. That would take forever, and these are just little foot troops that will probably get shot off the board almost instantly. So we'll just be starting with a flat brown. So let me just get this on. We've got Dexter sleeping in the corner, so it's Chat's job to let me know if he runs off so I can chase him around with the camera. But he should be there most of the time. He's been fed, so he's happy. Just going to flip this around. So it's a bit more like the way it's laid out for me. So I watered down my paints a little bit just because the first coat doesn't need to be too thick. How's the sound of my voice compared to the music and stuff? Are they alright? Good, good. I like your name, Firebending Enthusiast. We've got a new follow from Models in My Dream. Thank you very much for joining the channel. And I'm pretty sure dreaming of models is way more prevalent than we would admit in our daily lives. How you doing, models? Are you alright? Yeah, what type of models? All the types. All models are beautiful. Thanks very much for the follow. I really appreciate it. What is it? What models are you working on at the moment? $40k ones? Nice. I have a Ultramarine army and a Necron army for 40k. My Necrons have had their debut on the channel. They've had a couple of flayed ones painted. I'll need to get back into painting them. I love painting my Necrons. Oh, nice. I love Tyranids. You working on them in a production line as well? Or are you just doing them one at a time, making sure each one gets good attention? Funny you talking about getting distracted. It's one of the reasons I started a stream. I'll paint say the brown on this model, and then just I'm like, I need to switch paint. I'll clean my brush, and then I'll just sit on my phone, sit on Reddit for like 3 hours, and then be like, that's enough painting for me. I literally spend 10 minutes painting, 3 hours on Reddit, and then I just get distracted and procrastinate. So I was like, I'll start a stream as well. That way I can't really procrastinate, because nobody just wants to sit me browsing on Reddit for 3 hours. Or maybe they do, maybe it's an untapped market. Just try to work out on this hand where if there's more skin here. Yeah, I do not have kids. It's usually 3 hours and then time for bed for work, so yeah. Painting, getting time to just sit down and relax without too many disturbances must be really hard with kids. Oh, nice. Pizza and painting. And a break from the kids. You're living the dream. But thanks for tuning in. As you can see, you're a relatively new channel. I've been in the hobby for a long time, but I was like, as I said, like wanted to kind of start a new hobby and obviously stop procrastinating in this one. So I started streaming, sort of thing, and I've done quite a few wee streams now over the last week. I've been doing it for about a week now, and people pop in and out and stuff. So it's really nice just to chat and have a chat while painting. I think there's a lot of good streamers out there. There's people that will be a lot better painters than me, and while people will probably like look at my painting and ask a couple of questions, how did I do that and stuff like that. It's more just a kind of hobby hangout. Some chill music in the background. Because I find that one of the things about painting as well, I really like painting with other people, but see, trying to move all your stuff around, like you go to someone else's house, or you're all even just going to like a hobby store and stuff like that, their setup's not as good as what you've got at home. So it's nice just to kind of chill out, talk hobby with people while you're doing it yourself, and I thought I'd make a wee stream for that. Who's always stealing your paint? Firebending enthusiast. Darren still has my Mantis Warrior green and I'm salty as fuck. That is true, people do steal your paints. I'm quite protective of mine as well. You know, you always get those people that like don't quite clean their brush properly and then stick a big blob of like blue inside your brown or something. You're like, oh god. Or they ask to use your brushes and you're just like, no, absolutely not. Get your own brushes. When I'm being nice, I'll share my paints, but I am not sharing brushes because too many people will ruin brushes. Relationships are ruined over sharing paints. So I'm doing some Beastmen, Models of My Dreams, doing some Tyranids. Are you doing anything? Firebender enthusiast? Any models tonight? Just here to browse. That's okay. Happy to talk about things that aren't models as well. Obviously it's a model stream, but it's just a hangout. Doesn't even have to be about painting. What is it you collect yourself? Yeah, I get that. It's an expensive hobby. I've been out of it for a couple of years. This is me kind of coming back to it. As you can see, I'm painting 3D printed models. Like starting a new army. Was just a bit daunting. I mean, I'm really looking forward to how the World Eaters look when they come out. I love the new Guardsman models, the Deathcore Krieg ones that come out in Kill Team and stuff. But I couldn't afford to start a new army as well, so my brother owns a 3D printer and he's got back into the hobby, and he's like showed me a lot of the files and stuff that he can print, and I saw it's actually one of my tiger guys. There's the model. It's this guy here. Basically I saw this model and was like, yeah, okay, I'm getting back into the hobby. I want to paint an army based on this guy. So he's basically like the version of a Gorgon in Age of Sigmar, but he's obviously a big tiger man, so working up to him. So he basically printed me off a full army. It's like got a couple of the big monsters. These are like the gores. I got lots of the wee ungors, which are like wee jackals, and then my minotaur guys, which would be like the Doombulls, and the Doombulls the boss one, isn't it? And then oh god, I keep forgetting all the names now. I have a list of them here somewhere. I don't know where I've put my notebook, but yeah, like basically the bigger minotaur like guys, they're all like big tiger men, which is really cool. So I was like, yeah, I'm going to make an army of them, and it's kind of, I don't know if you played much PC games, but they're a bit like Titan Quest. In the Act 3 they had like kind of human-like tigers that fight you, so that's kind of the style that I went for. And I'm really enjoying painting them, and I'm trying to get back into painting as well. I used to do it a lot. Used to work for Games Workshop a long time ago. Basically I was their painter for the store, like just churning out models and stuff like that. But I've been away with the hobby for probably a couple of years now. A lot of my paint sat in the garage outside, so over the Scottish winters quite a lot of them didn't survive, so I'm kind of getting back into it. trying to rebuild my hobby supplies, and yeah, it's slow going, but you can go at your own pace. You don't have to go out and get a full army. And I need to try and work on staying on the screen as well, because I'm new to streaming as well, so. Yeah, I'm from Glasgow. It's a bit where I was supposed to say I'm from Scotland. I think years of being in customer service has dampened my thick Glaswegian accent though. Whereabouts are you from? Irish. Close enough. They're our neighbours. Forgot to do this guy's tail as well. He's got an armoured tail right enough, but I'll get it underneath. Australia, nice. The other side of the pond. Yeah, it's definitely very expensive to start a 40k army there. With all the stupid trade embargoes and stuff that Games Workshop's done. Alright, well, I live in London. It's still expensive, fair enough. To be fair, everywhere's expensive these days, aren't they? What is it you used to collect in 40k? Did you end up selling that army off and stuff? It's a cool sword on him. Kinda like the pirate hilt thing. it. I think I'm going to water my paints down a wee bit more just so they're a bit more... I don't think they need to be as thick as covering the full model as much, and then that way I can see where I need to highlight. A bit of everything. I think that's quite common in the hobby, isn't it? Mainly ultramarines. Ah, there we go, my ultramarine brother. I've got like, I don't have all the parts of the tank, but here's my ultramarines tank, that, or rhino. I had all these bits things so I could like put the, if it was a razorback, I could put the razorback top on, and then I've got ones that have just the side sponsons. I could change everything for razors, predators, but that was kind of a rhino or razorback thing. So, and I could swap the front weapon if I had stormbolt or whatever. I like my ultramarines; they were cool. I started them just before Rubute came out, because no one really played them. You never really seen like good painted ultramarine armies. It was mostly like the kids and stuff that would start on it. That would be their first army. So I was like, I want to play ultramarines and have a really nice painted ultramarine armies. And then Guilliman came out, and then they were quite popular again. So I've ended up selling off a lot of my ultramarines though. I used to have a huge army of them painted, but a lot of them have been sold off now, but I kept some. It's quite painful selling models when you put so many hours into them. Thanks, mod, this is my dream. Yeah. I've set up on the stream as well, like a kind of user showcase thing, so I can like swap that in, and it's like a little slideshow of like if you want to show off your models on the stream and stuff. So there's the Discord, if you want to join that and send some pictures on the Discord of your models, and then I can like swap the cat. Usually when the cat wanders off and sleeps somewhere else, then I'll swap that to like user models and stuff like that, just in case that's something you're interested in. I've just kind of been experimenting with different things on the stream. Try and get like everyone involved a wee bit, because some streams, especially painting ones, it's some guy who's got absolutely ridiculous painting skills. You're like, wow, that's amazing, and then you just feel bad about your own skills at the end of them. So people might watch my stream and be like, yeah, I can paint better than that. That's good. That's good. He's crap. I have my tiger good dude that I painted earlier as well. Let's see if he's here. The kind of first ones that I did in stream. And these are the kind of tiger guys that I was talking about. They look really good. Really happy with how he turned out, especially the armour and stuff like that. So that's what I'm kind of going to be going for, that kind of style across all my Beastmen. And to be fair, there's not many that many difficult techniques in it. That'll be pretty much what I'm doing on these guys, starting with really dark base stones, building it up a bit at a time. I think he took about 6 hours to paint, which is not a bad time at all. Firebending enthusiast, did you join just because you saw that it's Zuko painting and a picture of Zuko? Obviously, he being a firebender. A bit more paint on the palette. Getting to all the skin on these guys is a bit pernickety right enough. And I definitely will go back to do like second and third coats and realise that I've missed bits. I always do that. That's why I like the wet palette, because I've got colours that I've used previously, so if I've missed a bit I can go back and it'll still be the same sort of colour, especially if you're mixing colours rather than just using them out the bottle. No worries, thanks for dropping in. and drop us a follow if you haven't already, if you enjoyed what you seen. If you're back later on, we'll see how far, you'll be able to see how far these guys have come on. How's your harpies coming on? Yeah, I hear that. I picked up some contrast paints, the kind of newer ones, but I haven't used them a great deal. I did use some on the stream, a stream or two ago, just testing them out. But I think I need more practice in how to use them into the kind of the best of their ability. But as long as they're steadily getting finished, that's all you can ask for, isn't it? Oh, cat's wandered off. Switch to the little slideshow if I've still got it. Yeah. Oh, we need to set up actually. I've added the little viewer slideshow, some stuff that people have came in and shared on Discord. If you want to add your harpies work in progress onto that, yeah, if you go on Discord then you can add them in. I also use my finger as a palette. The best palette. It's always fun when you haven't quite washed it all off properly and then you go to work the next day and they're like, what happened to your hand? Yeah, oh no, it's just paint. And then trying to explain to your boss what Warhammer is. They're always fun meetings. Last one. Just going to slap this brown on because the straps are going to be brown anyway. And I'm probably going to go over brown with these bandages as well as a base before building them up to kind of whiter tones. I'm definitely going to, I'll do it with this one. I can go back to the other ones later. What paints do you use, Models in My Dreams? Do you kind of stick to the Games Workshop ones, or do you have a mix, or do you have a favourite brand? GW ones, they are good. I do really like the GW ones. I've just kind of been getting a bit more Vallejo recently, just because they end up being quite a bit cheaper, but they're still really good paints. So. Yeah. Was that like buying through like Amazon and stuff? You get quite bad quality ones. That's fair enough. I used to buy like shaving blades from Amazon, just like the Gillette ones, and they always used to cut my face. I was like, I'm really bad at shaving. And then I bought one out of the shop once, and it was absolutely night and day. And it turned out I think I'd pretty much been buying fakes from Amazon. They were just really poor quality, and they were just cutting me. So yeah, I definitely get that. Do you find it? Would you like it? And do you think it would be a good idea on the stream, like if I said, right, I'm using flat brown, like Vallejo flat brown, to kind of compare it to like the Games Workshop equivalent? I use, I don't know, dry bark, even though dry bark's a bit darker, but for these ones it doesn't matter. Be more rain oxide, I think I'd want for this, but yeah. Same thing really. Cool. But for the base coats, I mean, it doesn't really matter. I'm going to be putting probably 2 or 3 thin washes over these every time a layer goes. So basically you just want a flat colour for what you're doing. So the way I paint, really, especially for layering, is you kind of go for 3 colours. Get the other ones out. So you go for your like dark brown, and then you maybe go for like a mid-tone, and then a highlight, say maybe this one. So you kind of get 3 different colours. Might go for one that's a bit more here. And then basically you got your dark one, and then you'll be pretty much putting a wash in between each of these. So this would probably be Argrax Earthshade. If I have one getting about an oil. So like I would do this one, maybe put an Argrax Earthshade in, do that one, put an Argrax Earthshade in, and that in it. So it almost doesn't matter really what colours that you're using. They don't have to be the exact same. You're kind of following that routine. Is pretty much how I do all my painting. Usually 3 colours, and then more like watered down washes in between, just to kind of get that depth. So we've got flat brown done, which I would say is rain oxide. Is probably the closest one. So I'm going to use Argrax Earthshade because it is the best. I've got everything in dropper bottles as well, so because I knock over the other ones too many times to I use about half of the bottle and then knock over the other half. Cool. I'm just going to water down this Argrax Earthshade because I don't want it. It doesn't need to be too thick because, well, you know, it's the only layer it's on there anyway. Just go over what I've done quite liberally. and I don't really want it to pull too much either. I don't mind it pulling around where it touches what is going to be another colour. So like where the skin touches like the leather, we want a little bit of pulling there's fine. But things like in the eyes, I want to remove the pull because we're still going to paint the eyes, and it's a lot harder when the eye sockets are filled with shade. One down. Need more shade. Cat has returned to bed, so we'll get him back on the stream as well, since he's the MVP. I love the wash stages. Nice and quick. forgot to paint like the tail of all of them again. I always miss the tail, so we'll go back and do that. Yeah, literally done the tail of one. Not too bothered if I'm making a bit of a mess, because the rest is going to get painted anyway. Had the washes, but we'll need another one on the tail once that dries. Painting the inside of this leg. Like a goddamn fool. So again, I'm just kind of pushing the oil all over the argrax acid all over the model. Try not to let it pull in anywhere except where it's kind of touching other areas that will be painted a different colour. And the idea of that is we want quite good contrast between them. So we'll end up having like the highlights next to these really dark areas, and that really makes the model pop out, especially on the tabletop. And these will be tabletop quality. I'm not going for anything Golden Demon like, but I like a good tabletop quality. I just like having a nice painted army on the table before, and I usually don't play any games with an unpainted army. So if I get really excited about rules about army, they've usually changed 2 or 3 times by the time I actually play them, which is always a laugh. And I just need to go back and do the tails if they've dried, which they haven't really. So I'm going to do the armour next, and then I'll go back and do the bits that will have dried by then. So for the armour, I'm going to use. Is it this one? Nope. I can find it. So I'm going to use a Vallejo metal colour, steel. The only reason I'm using this one is this is actually like kind of watered down to be used in an airbrush, which means I don't have to water it down when I'm using it and stuff. But the Games Workshop equivalent is just lead belcher. It's nothing exciting, just a gunmetal colour. So I would use lead belcher if you've got that one. I'll try and keep the visual cues. And what I'm going to add to it is it's not just going on itself. I'm going to add a bit of incubi darkness to it. When I find it, that is. So these are the 2 colours I'm going to use. So it's going to be mostly steel colour. When you see I put this down, it's very watery. But that's okay, because we do want quite watered down. Give my incubi darkness a shake. I'm just going to put a little blob next to the steel. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to blend them together in the middle. Until I get the kind of consistency I'm looking for, and it's going to be, basically I'm kind of looking for a metallic incubi metal rather than just a slightly off blue. So it's kind of getting to where I want to be here. And this is just going to make it look really cheap, crappy, impure iron that they're using. It'll just be a subtle effect, but it looks really good. And this is pretty much going in all the metal areas. On these models I could mix it up with a bit of like some bronze and stuff like that, but I quite like the iron. It'll be a nice contrast once it starts brightening up compared to the dark skin that they'll have. And what I could do is, if my later models have quite a bit lighter skin, I could maybe switch to the bronze so they've got lighter skin, and it'll be a nice contrast to the darker metal. sword as well. I'm going to make this little skull on the sword metal as well, so it's going to be like it's been a metal crafted decor rather than it's just a skull on the end of a sword. But I can't always change my mind later because I'm using quite thin coats. A lot of this middle part is kind of leather bindings and stuff, but he's got a metal. Is it a tabard? Just kind of here. But there's cloth behind it. A wee bit more silver to this. And this metal will be following the same sort of thing. We will brighten it up each layer that we go up. So we start with a dark layer, which will be this one. We'll wash it, and then we'll go lighter, wash it, and lighter again, and wash it, and then maybe finish with a highlight. And you can do that many times as you want. Obviously it takes more time, but you'll get a much nicer looking result as long as your washes and your coats are quite thin. Do it as many times, and that gives you a more blended look. But as these aren't my centerpieces, they probably won't spend more than 10 minutes on the board before getting shot off, so I'm just going to kind of do my three paints per colour. The base of the layer, the layer will probably be done twice, and then I can do a highlight. Sometimes model looks good without a highlight as well. I think highlighting makes models really pop on the tabletop, really brings out details and stuff. And if you're looking for it, gives it a really nice cartoonish, almost animated look. If that's the look you're going for, and most people go for that look, like the kind of heavy metal look. Looks amazing. Sometimes I want to just go for really grim, dark models where I don't do harsh edge highlighting. and most of my highlighting's just done through layers. So you got lots of options. Most people go for the edge highlighting, and to be fair, I've done a lot of edge highlighting. I really like that result as well. It's my ultramarines are all done with that kind of edge highlight, and they really stand out in the tabletop. Cool, that's all the armor done on him. This model's pretty much the same places. Yeah, man, it's starting to come out. The armor. Oh, excuse me, just switching position. It's a really odd colour of armour, but it'll really start looking good once we dull it down with the Argrax Earthshade to really dirty it, and then we start putting a bit more silver in each time, and that will make it look more metally. But it's the same with any model. You do the base coats, and then you think, wow, I can't paint. But once you start getting into those layers, that's where it starts to look good. But thanks. It's always nice to get compliments for your models on it. Just when you put so much time into them. How many harpies is it you doing? Are you doing them one at a time, or are you doing a good few? sword in this one. This one's got quite a cool sword actually. I think that's everything. Nice. Is the music chill enough to paint to? Nice. I play a bit of Vermintide 2, a PC game, and a lot of the music and stuff is very repetitive, or like just kind of drums repeating over, so I kind of turn the music off and put this kind of lo-fi music on. Didn't quite have the same effect when you're slaughtering hordes of rats, but I quite enjoy it. I also took a bit of the stress out of slaughtering hordes of rats though when the bad boys turn up, but There's another one. Do you jump on streams quite a lot while you're painting? Just check out random streams and chill out and paint with them on the background? Just in a couple. Oh, that's really cool. I appreciate you tuning in. It's always nice to have someone to paint along to, or paint along with. Oh, thanks very much. What is it you like about the stream? Obviously I'm quite new, so I'm quite open to kind of feedback and stuff. I've just kind of tried to make it kind of chill out and stuff, and I'm still kind of working out how much I could talk, because to be fair, I could talk to days to myself, which is probably section worthy, but I'm also aware probably when you're just sitting chilling painting, like, you want to talk a bit, but you don't want to just sit and someone spewing absolute bullshit the whole time. Yeah, good. I'm glad I'm getting the right amounts down. Problem is, if I start chatting too much, then I'm not doing any painting either. Then we're back to square one of me procrastinating. I'll be doing the stream and chatting to people and not painting. Which is the entire point of the stream, is to do the opposite of that. That's cool. I'll let the cat know that his services are no longer required. I pay him the big bucks to sleep there. we are, that's the armour done. What colour do you think I should do the cloth? Any options? I was thinking maybe any of the... We've got red, yellow, green, blue, purple, orange. We kind of go grey or black, but I think maybe one of the colours would probably look the best. Entirely up to yourself. Pick a colour in the rainbow. Orange. Okay. Okay, so orange brown will be my dark tone, and then I'll move to orange red, and I've got light orange if I need it. Probably because it's such a strong colour, I'll probably just use the two Games Workshop equivalents. What is the base colour for orange, is it? Jaquero orange, perhaps? I know Jaquero orange is one of my... Yeah, Jaquero orange would probably be a good base. Good start, almost the same. Jaquero orange to base it, and then I would then go up to probably your Troll Slayer. Yeah, Troll Slayer. Yep. That's probably the two Games Workshop paints I'd use for these two that I'm here. If I was highlighting again, it would probably be Fire Dragon Bright to match that one. Might need a little touch of white in it as well. We'll start with this one. Just give me a wee second, I've got a little paint shaker thing, just because this is a new paint. Got it from Green Stuff World. And just give this a little shot, just to make sure it's nice and mixed up. Cool little tool that I've just picked up. This can just get a little spot down here. switch to a finer brush just to get all the little smaller details between the belt and it. Hey Seafire, how you doing? Thanks, dude. What ones is it you building? More Star Wars stuff? Witch Hunter's nice. Have you got quite a large army? Is it Cities of Sigmar they're called now, isn't it? That's cool. Stormcast need Witch Hunters too. I used to have an Empire army back in the day, I loved it. Steam Tank was amazing. I wonder how it is they're going to kind of redo the old fantasy stuff. It intrigues me how they'll approach it. Whether they'll just be like, alright, by the way, you can buy square bases again, and here's a rulebook and how to play. Sorry if you just got a cat butt on the main camera there. He's just jumping about. Sorry if I'm moving the model about without painting. I'm trying to see where this wee bit of cloth is. So there. It's an armor plate actually, I need painted. Yeah, the colour. We laugh, but yeah, I'm worried that that is actually going to be the case. Never, I mean, £50 core book, and then obviously a codex for every army as well. Okay. I'm just going to go back and do those couple of little plates that I missed. This one in here. There's another one, I'm sure. There he is. Hey, I'm going to do the next layer on the skin. So we had done flat brown to start. I'm going to move up to Terrier Earth, which is just going to be a light brown, so let's find the Games Workshop equivalent for that. We have many browns, so it's probably going to be like, it's not going to be quite as bright as Steel Legion Drab, is it? No, it's brighter than Talaran Sand. Losing my touch, looking at a paint and being able to tell you exactly what one it is. Yeah, so it's lighter than Steel Legion Drab. It's quite close to Talaran Sand. Still a wee bit off from Baneblade Brown. But I mean, any of these would do. I think I would probably be going kind of Steel Legion Drab. In fact, you know what? Let's go nuts. Let's do Steel Legion Drab, because this actually is one of my favourite paints. I'm just going to put it up here next to the other skin. Water it down, just a touch, not so watery it's going to run everywhere. Thin controllable coats. We're pretty much putting this everywhere except the recesses. See, there's just thin lines where the deep recesses where the last coat was, and obviously the eyes. The camera's really focusing into the sword. There we go, that's a bit better. I'm going to do the mane here the same colour, but I'm painting just single strands of it. This will be getting another wash afterwards of quite thin, and it brings the two colours together as well. Paint his big Chad neck. Just one big muscle. Because I'm leaving so much of like the shade underneath, the more we do this and get to brighter colours while leaving the shade and stuff, it'll start to look quite, the contrast will make it look quite what's the word, kind of cartoony almost, quite animated, kind of anime style, which looks really good in the tabletop. Again, I might not do edge highlights just because I think that might be a step too far, but I really like just that kind of really contrasting, having a really dark shade in the recesses and then you build up the rest. Second, cat having a temper tantrum. What do you want? What? Oh, you want food? Oh, it's not feeding time yet. You don't get fed for another 40 minutes. He's just in a huff because he wants fed. Your harpy's coming along still, Models in My Dreams. Harpies for days. I'll leave you to it then, rather than asking you questions every 10 seconds when you're trying to do the fiddly bits. I've painted a big chunk of that foot, so we'll need to do that. And I've not washed that tail, so we'll need to do that. I'm also going to wash the orange with the Argrax shade that we did. It's getting quite a thick one because it's such a contrasting colour. The Beastmen loincloth I wouldn't imagine being all that clean, so we're going to really bring the colour down. My wife was, on a totally unrelated paid note, my wife was asking what we're wanting to do for Halloween. I was like, the same thing I do every year for Halloween. Nothing. But actually, a couple of friends were like doing a costume party sort of thing. And I was like, well, maybe I'll dress up this year sort of thing. And it's a heroes and villains costume party. And she's like, you're going as Loki from the Marvel stuff. My hair is very similar to Loki's, but it means I'll probably have to practice my English accent, being a smug twat, and just looking down on everyone. So being a smug twat and looking down on people, I don't think that'll be too hard to do. Pretty much do that in day-to-day life. But the English accent, I'm terrible at accents. Can't even do my own properly. But I'll need to get a pair of awesome costume. Loki is cool. But yeah, getting that accent down's gonna be hard. I think she's got a pretty major crush on him, to be honest. That's why I have to dress as, like, you know, you're going as Loki. Alright, okay, cool. Yes, boss. So I'm just going to go on the skin for the next fort. I think we're all caught up with the tails and stuff. True that. So we'll probably start looking at any costumes relatively soon for that, just because if I want a decent one, you can't really do it when Halloween's on its way up. Gotta get ahead of the crowd and all that. even if I do learn it, the accent, get it down and get it perfect, the hard bit will be after a couple of years maintaining that accent. Two down. Starting to look pretty good. And as soon as you start adding the layers on, it really starts to bring the detail of the model out. It's a wee bit harder to see on the camera compared to like in person, but as soon as like more and more of those layers go down, even the camera can pick up all the details. And that'll be the same sort of thing in the tabletop as well. The further away it is, it will just look really detailed. Because you'll have all those bright colours next to the dark colours. And the eye can see that a lot easier than remember the tail. So we have Seafire building his Witch Hunters, and we've got Models of My Dreams building or painting his Tyranid Harpies. Anyone else that's on want to share what they're up to tonight? This guy's got like veins in his hand, which is really cool detail, so I think if I remember I'll try and pick them out later as well once the skin's done. forget the tail. I say that every model, so I do apologise, but otherwise I'll forget the tail. That's really, the way that orange has come out just with the Arc XF shed over it is really nice colour, like maybe to start off trying to do this tiger skin that I did in my other guys. I ended up doing 5 or 6 layers to get a nice kind of orangey, a browny orange, and that's just done it in 2, so that might be a technique that I use in the future if I'm doing more models that are going to be tigers. So thanks for that, Models in My Dream. This one, last one. Trying to work out what that is on his head. Has he got like a cloth that almost goes over the eye? I think he does. You can see it a bit better from the top side here. It's like almost like a kind of cloth semicircle around that horn, which I didn't notice the first time. Nice, that's that done. You're a chancer, you're not getting fed for another 6 minutes, you know the deal. Because if I feed you now, then it'll be 6 minutes earlier tomorrow, and then 6 minutes earlier the day before, and then you'll be getting like 3 dinners for breakfast. You little chancer. Yeah. Nice little chancer. Hey, cheeky. He's a cheeky boy. Okay. So I think I'm going to do the next layer on the armor, which I'm going to use dark aluminum, whatever you want to say it, which would be probably Ironbreaker, Runefang Steel, something like that, just a slightly lighter than what we used before. And again, we're doing the same thing. We're going to mix this in with Incubi Darkness. We've still got some left there, but I'll keep that just in case we find that there's a little bit that I've missed. Same thing, putting them both next to each other. I do want this one to be a bit more silvery than what the base coat was, but we will be leaving some of that base coat underneath. And same as everywhere else, this goes on the raised areas. That's quite watery. Give me a second. More silver than that. It's better. again, leaving the recesses. Get all these raised bits. The dents and stuff in the armour, if your model's got armour with dents and stuff in it, then you want to avoid them. You want to go around them, and that will start to... That'll be in your first coat, will pretty much be the coat that you did to paint dents. This is pretty much going to be your main coat, and then we'll do one more that'll highlight the higher areas as well, and then those 3 different paints or combinations of paints will be enough to really make the model stand out. And as I said at the start of the stream, I'm using kind of 3, maybe 4 in areas just to get like a nice quick result. Looks good but doesn't take too much time. You could, the more layers you do, we just kind of painting it the base colour and then going over it with a layer, leaving the tiniest bit underneath. The more you can do that with more colours, you'll get almost a blended effect. It will look a lot sharper, it will look a lot better painted. It just takes a lot more time, and it will definitely be something that I do maybe in my bigger models, maybe, depending on how lazy I am. But for these ones, they're getting a relatively pain-free 3 colours with a wash in between each one, because I find the washes kind of bring each layer together as well. So the sword, there was quite nice contrasted lines where darker in areas and stuff, so the bits that are a bit lighter I've put this coat on, and the bits that are a bit darker are left. Again, when I put the next wash on, I emphasise that coat yet again, and that's basically all you're doing, going over and over again, just to making the higher areas and the lighter areas lighter, and the darker shaded areas darker. And the nice colours in between will just come with the wash. Okay. Just going to put another drop of silver in this. I feel like that was the wrong one. Perfect. This one. Oh, it shows the other side. Okay, another one. We're getting through them pretty fast. I mean, we're what, 3 hours. We're kind of hitting second layer on most of the model. If we're just going for a highlight, I'd say maybe 45 hours. So that's an hour a model, which I think's pretty good, to be honest. And you probably get a lot more effective time if you were doing more than 5 as well. If you did, like, I left the kind of girdle and the belts and the bandages, but actually if I hit them with my brown and kind of did all them together as well, probably, which the next bunch that I do, maybe the next 5 in the next stream or whatever, they will probably be done that way, which will save even more time. So, and we've been kind of experimenting with some wee bits as well, so once you know what you're doing and you kind of get into that production line, you're firing them out, it can be a bit monotonous, a bit boring, but it's definitely the best way to get an army out as fast as possible. Forgot to do the inside of that leg, but I'll just cover it in this colour, and then when it gets hit with a wash, it won't be really a part of a model that's really seen, so. I'll probably be streaming most of the day tomorrow as well if yous are interested and want to tune in. And I'll probably just be continuing these guys. I won't be doing any kind of new techniques, I don't think, or any showing off any crazy new things that I've bought, but kind of did the first few streams were kind of like, here's how I paint stuff, here's how I do this, how I do that. And I'm kind of gonna get to the stage now where I just have to paint my models, so if you just want a chill time, I'll be here. I do appreciate those that have tuned in. Obviously it's like my first week of streaming, and I'm not gonna lie, I kinda expected just to be streaming to myself for a good month, because that's kinda what people say, that's usually, it can take a long time to get your first viewers and stuff like that. Well, I have a week, I've got 4. Whew. I'm spoiled. Yeah, it's good, like just chilling in, you're like, well, as long as the stream's up I need to keep hobbying, make it a part of your routine and stuff like that. That's definitely why I kinda started the stream, is just to make it a part of my routine. Especially when people, like, if I do get a good viewers and they're like, well, they'll expect me to kinda tune in or whatever every day or every second day or whatever it is I choose to do the schedule. And I'll be like, well, it'll force me to do hobby, force me to get into the routine of doing hobby again, should I say, because I love doing hobby, but it can be quite hard to, when you've been out of it for a long time, you can almost feel a bit overwhelmed when we try to get back into it. And especially, I mean, it's been what, 20 years since I first started the hobby, but my god, it must be so, I mean, 20 years ago the hobby was nowhere near as big as what it was now. Like, you pretty much had your starter set and stuff, but even the painting and all that, there's just so many choices now, and techniques and all that stuff. I mean, when I played it was the ultramarines, yellow shoulder pads, goblin green painted base, and you put static grass on at the end. There was no attempt to even make it look like realistic or like dioramas or get the base to tell a story, and it was something else. I mean, if you look at the kind of the amazing painters back in the day, 20 years ago, like, so you can see like the kind of the diorama of Horus and Sanguinus and the Emperor and stuff like that, but you look at the painting, you're like, I could probably paint better than that now, but it's just a totally different hobby now, and I can see why it would be really intimidating for new people to start. Even if people are like, that looks really cool, but I don't know where to start or what to do, or so I just won't start. Whereas me coming back to the hobby, I still get a bit of that, like where I'm like, I don't know what to do, I can't remember how to paint, I mean, painting's kind of like riding a bike, but it's what's the good combinations of paints, and a lot of my paints got frozen and didn't survive the winter when they were out in my garage, because where else are you going to keep all your Warhammer stuff out the way of your wife from throwing out. But yeah. But it's good to get back into the routine of it. Right, that's the metal done. So you're probably going to guess what wash I'm going to put all over the model now. The goat, greatest of all time. Gargrex Airshade, didn't have that back in the day. Talent in a bottle. So this is going to go quite heavily on the armour, but actually a bit lighter on the skin. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with a watered down version for the skin, and then I'll go back and do all the armour, which will be a bit heavier. Because the skin's not far off the kind of tone that I want it to be at. I'm not wanting a bright brown. And it could be I just do these watered down air shades and then put the same colour back on top before I finally hit it with my highlight. I'm not really sure what I'm doing with it yet, but I'll get an idea once I've put on a few layers of wash. to pull in from the eyes. I'm just now putting the Argrax Earthshade over all the bits that I haven't painted as well, which is mainly the leather and the bandages and stuff, because actually they're going to start to darken down now as our models get into the stages where I'm finishing off some bits and then I can do those bits as well. Okay, that's all the skin, so let's back to the start and do a much heavier coat on the armour. And this isn't going to be watered down, I want proper dirty brown abused armour. We just need to be careful about pulling as well, because we're slopping it on, but we don't want big puddly bits that just make totally delete all the colour and hard work that we've done and just make a big black pool at the bottom. Little pools are fine, but not swimming pools. Something like that consistency. It's pretty thick, uneven. I am going to put it a wee bit thicker on the bits underneath that maybe won't catch light, they'll be in the shade. These two will get quite a bit of light, but this bit under here will get it quite heavy because his whole body will be blocking the light that will hit that one. Same with this side here. Too much. I'll start to remove detail. Same with the sword, it's getting it all over, but I'm going to pull it a little bit, just a touch more towards the bottom. See that little bit there. That'll give us a nice, almost blended look to where it darkens. Let me just give the cat his food. He's been very patient. Look at him in his little box. Oh, his basket. Well, he was until I made eye contact with him, and he's like, "Oh, it's feeding time. Let go." Appetizing. You're welcome. Do you guys still play a lot of games like on the tabletop with your models? I haven't played in a long time, but I'm looking forward to getting back into it once I get my Beastmen painted up. I'll make my triumphant return. Again, gonna put the Argraxia shade a bit thicker on the underside, because it'll be getting less light just in the where the blade curves. Yeah, very nice. Once a month, yeah. Yeah, that's fair. I think gaming can be quite taxing as well, can it? Especially when you've got all this stuff to bring out. It's a messy hobby, this is. I'm really glad that I've got like a kind of designated painting table. Well, I do my gaming and painting here sort of thing. Got monitors that can move, and then I pretty much clear all this and my keyboard will just sit here and I can just game or whatever, and then I've got a second desk behind me and that's my workstation. So this is like my office slash hobby room. So I'm quite lucky in that regard that at least if I want to do lots of painting I don't have to put everything away, and even though I've got a cat and a dog they pretty much leave it alone, whereas I would imagine it could be quite annoying with kids if they were well, putting your Argraxia shade on Nuln Oil all over the walls. So Dexter's pissed off. He's had his dinner. He's going to walk around the house, so I'll change the camera just to the back to the viewers slideshow. Here we are. You've got a little slideshow there where the camera used to be. Just stuff that people have painted and sent in. So the Discord's just at the bottom of the screen there if you want to get your either finished or in progress models. You can just send them to me on the Discord and I'll pop them in the slideshow. Yeah, I'm definitely looking to get forward to getting back into gaming. I'm definitely like having a nice painted army to put on the table, so it's one of these things where I only play army lists that I have painted models for, and if I'm like, oh, I really want to try that in my army, I have to paint it first. So it's proper changing my army list takes It's proper dedication. There we go, the armor's looking proper grimy, manky. It's lost a lot of its shine, which is exactly what we're wanting. However, you can kind of see the dents, the scrapes. So the last thing we'll do with that is highlight that up. And you guess what we're going to do next? The exact same we did with the other two, with a lighter silver. So this is white aluminium. This would be, Games Workshop wise, would be Rune Fang Steel, I believe is the name. If I can find it. Oh, sorry, Stormhost Silver. That one's a bit darker, but it's probably about the same ones. Because this one's a lot more watery at the bottom, so I could choose either or. I'd probably use Stormhost Silver and then, or Runefang Steel, whatever your brightest silver is now is what you're going to be using for highlighting. Again, I'm just going to put a little bit at the top here, if you can see that. I'm going to say, is my palette frozen? Okay. Just need some out of it. Here we are. So here. It's all back to front for me. Oh, I'm going to switch this around. Try to get it so it looks the same. Yeah, close enough. So this one here, my silver. I'm going to mix a bit of the old dark colour in with it. And a lot of these scrapes and stuff, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put a silver line underneath them, and that'll highlight the scrape. Actually, what I'm going to do is use a smaller brush. Hey Firehawk, thanks very much for the follow. How you doing? There we go. So I'm just highlighting basically these dents and stuff. Because now you've got the dark colour next to the light colour. That's probably, yeah, that's better. Makes it really stand out, especially when you're looking at it from tabletop. If the camera follows the focuses, and I'm also just going to highlight the edges as well. I don't do this in most of the model, but the armour bits, like the bits that are metallic, obviously the light would reflect them quite a lot, so we want to get as much of that as reflected. And if you make wee mistakes, I use my finger just to rub them off as well, because I make lots of mistakes. Happy little accidents. Choosing the edge of the brush. Ah, thanks very much. You enjoying the stream? I'm good, I'm good. Yeah, I've been doing this for 3.5 hours. God, time flies when you're painting. I had a nice lunch with friends, had a few beers, a few shots, and then I was like, I'm going home and streaming. So I started off slightly more inebriated than I am now, but yeah, I'm good. How was yourself? Ah, 14, nice. I've played that quite a bit myself. I haven't played in a wee while, but what class do you play? Or job? It's jobs in 14, isn't it? Or was that 11? It's been too long now since I played that. Stormblood, is that the newest one? I can't remember the order of them I played. Yeah, always go a healer or a tank if you want. You don't want to wait in queues for days. So I played up until Shadowbringer, or Shadowbringers. That's the one I played though. I hadn't played the new one, Endwalker. It's a good game. I think it's one of the better MMOs out there. It's just hard to have the time for MMOs and hobby and a full-time job. I'm also going to highlight with this, right, so obviously I'm highlighting all the edges that will catch the light. I'm also going to highlight all the rivets, because we want them to stick out as well. Because it's a detail that will probably get lost in the model, but you'll see that where we've put all the Argax Earthshades made little rings around them all, so it's made it nice and easy for us. Yeah, it's the joys of being an adult, Firehawk. The joys of being an adult. I'm liking how your Firehawk, obviously my name's Zuko, and it's like spelt wrongly, but it's from the Firebender from Avatar: Last Airbender, the cartoon. I mean, I've been using this username since I was a kid, but or since it came out. But yeah, and then you're kind of Firehawk, so we've got the fire theme going. But there's like someone that joined earlier that was what was it? Something Firebender. Can't remember now, but literally a Firebender in the name sort of thing. I was like, oh, we've got a whole. I think people are just joining because of the name, but that's awesome. Little community of Firebenders. I'm just going to highlight the top of these edges as well. So that shield's looking really good. I'm really happy with how that's come out. That is the best theme. It is the best theme. I'm quite new to streaming sort of thing, but I was like thinking, I think when you get 50 followers, you pretty much get out like Twitch Lite. So at the moment, I can't really do anything because I don't have many followers. But I think when you hit 50, it's like you unlock all the kind of emotes and stuff like that. So I was like, oh, I'll get little Avatar emotes and stuff like that. Avatar and Warhammer emotes. It'll be a mixed bag. The crossover nobody asked for. Yeah, so that's cool. I'm not in a rush. I'm just, as I was saying earlier in the show, I'm pretty much just doing this because every time I start painting, I end up procrastinating and just not doing it. So, and I was looking for a kind of new hobby as well. So I was like, oh, I'll start streaming. Like, just interested to see this side of things. And then I was like, well, I need something to stream. So it was either like gaming or painting sort of thing. And I was like, well, I can be productive with my painting and stream. So kind of doing two hobbies at once. Like the people that do like the 3D printing. That's like two hobbies in one. highlighting starts to take a bit more time, really slows down like the getting the models out, but I really think it makes all the difference to the model. So it's worth spending that time to do. And I'm not going for crazy, like, heavy metal highlights, line highlights all the way around the model. I'm doing more on the metal than I would anywhere else, just because that's how metal would look. Makes it look a bit more natural where the light's hitting, and some like where the dents are. But because it's metallic, it looks a bit more natural. But I'm not going to do this like on the skin, say, or on the cloth. I think that's me got everything. Just put a little bit here, a little bit here. I want to hit each of those wee rivets. You'll be surprised how far away you'll be able to see them on the tabletop. Because they start sitting quite a dark bit of the metal, so you'll be able to see them quite far away, and you can tell like it just makes the model stand out. We'll put one last very watered down wash over this metal armour again, just because the rest of the armour's become quite matte with all the washes that we've put on it, whereas this is still very shiny, so we'll bring this down a matte as well, to matte as well. But yep, happy with that. That's one thing I want to do in the weapon as well, actually, is put scrapes on the blade. Very uneven, some long, some short, but try not make any fat like that one was. Because obviously when this blade's hitting maybe other bits of armour and stuff like that, this will become quite scraped. One down, 4 more to go. I don't think it'll take me too long to hit 50 subs right enough. I mean, what am I at just now? I don't even know if it tells me on Streamlabs, but I was at 6 at the start of today, and I think I've got quite a few. I'll just not go into Twitch as soon as I open Twitch. It'll start auto playing loads of videos, and that comes through the stream. But yeah, I'm doing pretty good today. Got quite a lot of people just dropping in, giving me a follow, so I'm quite. Must be doing something right. Either that or I'm doing something very wrong, and everyone's like, I'm going to follow him so I can find this guy later, and I'll show all my friends what douche he is. I'm okay with that as well. As long as I'm entertaining. Gotta hit them rivets. Do you collect models, Firehawk? Yeah, definitely. I do like a lot. D&D does have a lot of good models that have come out. Like, it wasn't even that long ago where pretty much if you wanted to make models for D&D, you used other game stuff, or you pretty much made your own or converted and stuff. But there's quite a lot of cool models for D&D now. It's getting a lot more support, which is always nice. But yeah, there's just not enough time for all the hobbies. There's also not enough money in the world for all the hobbies. Love the way these tails are turning out as well. Yeah, we're getting through them. Is anyone looking forward to any new armies coming out? Or any new miniatures? Doesn't have to be an army that are coming out soon. I'm super excited to see how the World Eaters come out. Especially the Berserker models, because Games Workshop have had the same ones for like, well, since I started the hobby. They're looking pretty dated, and I did convert up some that was from the Blood Warriors from Age of Sigmar, and then kind of had those bodies, and then made them 40k heads and stuff like that. Which they look pretty cool, but I love World Eaters, so I would be excited to see how they come out. There's a Warcry set that looks awesome, the Witch Hunter set. I don't know, let me double check, I'll have a look. Is it came out or coming out? Is that the Heart of Gar ones? Gar? Oh, they cool. Yeah. They're awesome, I like them. I like the bad guys as well, to be honest. I say bad guys, everyone's bad guys, and they're nice. I really like them. I'd love to paint them up. Seafire's looking for Commander Cody for Star Wars. Let me look him up as well. Yeah, I really do like those Warcry models. Does Commander Cody have like an actual model? I've seen some custom ones that look pretty cool, but I can't actually see an official model for them. I've never played the Warcry game, have yous? I don't know if it's any good or not. I can definitely see myself using some of the Warcry models in the main armies. I'd definitely use some Necromunda one if I ever started a guard army. I think I've still got it up on my screen, let me check. I think this is the one they means. Heart of Gar, guys. Yeah, Seafire's building some witch hunters just now, so. Did we just become best friends? Yep. Oh, right, okay. Well then, never mind. Never mind me. Oh, look at them. I think those wee guys look quite dirty witch hunters, I suppose. But yeah. Ah, that makes sense. I'll need to have a look for them. Find those previews. Is that what you're building just now, Seafire? Those ones? Oh no, because they're not out yet. No. Maybe I am still drunk. Getting plenty of hobby done tonight, aren't you? Get them brushes out. I may have a little 10-minute break soon, but then I'll be back because I've pretty much been sitting here for 4 hours, 10 minutes and not had a break. Get up and move about before I find out that both my legs have died. I'll finish these wee highlights off in the last 2 guys and then but I think I'm going to finish these guys in this stream, even if it's, well, it's coming up for midnight, but that's okay. We will finish them. Really enjoy talking to people about their hobbies though. It's nice. When you go to things like Games Workshop, then you just get people that talk about Games Workshop stuff, so it's nice to hear about like the D&D and D and Star Wars stuff and that. helps if I paint on screen, doesn't it? And obviously all my models are 3D printed, so these are the one-page rules STL files. So they do like a rule set as well for like 40k, fantasy, kill team and stuff, and it's basically, as the name suggests, one-page rules. Well, it's not one-page rules, but it's very simple rule set. But actually the game's fairly good for how little rules are, and they've got like, well, you can add more and more rules in as much as you want, but it's kind of like early 8th edition, but generally written a bit better. But you can use all your, it's all like all the rules are made for like Games Workshop models and stuff. So, but they print. You can like go on their Patreon and print out models. So these are Beastmen from them, off-brand Beastmen. I've only played the 40k games. Take a bit of getting used to because it's only 4 turns. Much shorter games. It's only 4 turns, so you make a pure. I was playing my Necrons and made a big death ball, and then couldn't really get all the objectives because you only had 4 turns, so there wasn't enough turns to move around and capture them all. But that was my own fault. If I had actually built an army properly for the rules and played the objectives, then I wouldn't have had that problem. But it's kind of going back to that thing where like, coming back to the hobby or starting the hobby is getting to the stage where it's feeling quite intimidating now, because there's just so much stuff, especially when you've got like what do you call it? Well, there's General's Handbook for Sigmar and 40k version, chapter approved. You come back to it and you're like, right, okay, so I need to buy a rulebook, I need to buy a codex, I need to buy chapter approved, then I need to buy any models that I actually want to play because there's cool stuff came out. If your paints haven't survived. Tough luck. This is a guy with a cool sword. Love this sword. And be careful how I highlight it, not to ruin some of the details that it's built up. Like that. I've done the shield yet. Usually start with the shield, but I didn't with this one. There we are, I think that's a little feet guard. let's get this tail done. Then I'm going to have just a wee 5 minutes to go grab something to drink, go for a piss, and then we'll come back. Hey, I'll be back in 5 minutes. I'll just grab a drink, stretch my legs, then we'll crack on. Yeah, let's move back. With refreshments. Right. So we finished basically finished the armour, although we'll get one more wash on it. A very light wash. So let's start bringing this skin up. So we had the Steel Legion drab on the skin before. I'm just going to go for a bit of this game colour, Tierra Earth, which is just a very slightly lighter Steel Legion drab. If you don't have this one, I would just I think actually. Yeah, I would probably just add a wee bit of white just to lighten it up. But I just need to give this one a shake, and I'll use my old paint shaker that I got. This is the one, Green Stuff World. It's pretty cool. Neat. Oops. Try not to take everything out. And I want to water it down quite a bit as well. I think that's actually a metal plate that he's got on his face there as well. But the metal plate's tied to his face. Surely Beastmen doesn't count as a helmet. So that's brightening the skin up quite a bit now. Which brings it slightly more in line with the armour. Choose the side of the brush because it's much faster. It's quite hard to get the paint in the wrong places if you're aiming for the high edges with the edge of your brush. As you can tell in this model, I've let it pull a wee bit in areas, which has just turned it totally black, which is kind of what I wanted to avoid. Maybe just not paying enough attention when I was doing that. Or it's not been watered down enough. That's okay. A lot of the areas where it's pulled and stuff I could probably cover in foliage from the base. Yeah, I think so. I think I'm just going to really start trying to fire these guys out, unless you're wanting to see anything in particular. Is there certain beastmen you want me to do or try, or just keep? I think it's going to be a long one as well, a long stream tomorrow. Basically because I want to do quite a bit of painting. And today, even though I've only been doing 5 hours or so, there's been lots of people that have came in, dropped in and said hello and stuff like that, which has been really nice. So obviously a lot of people are kind of just free at the weekend and chilling and dropping in, which is good, which you don't get so much during the week. So I'm quite enjoying the weekend streams, so I think I'll make it a long one. Character, yeah. What have I got? I've got my the guy that I'll be using for a Beast Lord. I could do him. But he's very similar to these, he's a bit bigger. Or I could do my big tiger guy. Am I ready for him yet? My Gorgon. That might be a good shout at doing cool stuff at the weekends and then doing the so-called chaff during the week. I really liked your idea of doing like the full unboxing, building and painting sort of series as well. I need to give that. Yeah, it could be like a pure week project sort of thing, and people can just follow it. Maybe like after work. I think a lot of people will probably just do what I do and like work, and then when they finish work, just chill out, pop something on the TV, and just paint sort of thing. So having like something to follow along to, like the kind of build and stuff, especially if it's like a newer box that maybe people are thinking of buying. I don't have any new boxes, but I've got like the Kill Team box with that had the Chaos Warriors and the Eldar in it. I could do that one because it's not done anything with it yet. But it would be quite a good idea, like definitely if the channel gets a bit bigger and stuff like that, then as new things come out, I could just do unboxing, building and painting. And people could just probably be buying the same box and stuff and join in. What are you up to tomorrow, Seafire? Are you just having a chill out day and building models? Fat cat butt. I used to love building the minis as a kid, but see now, pure, it's the worst part of the hobby for me. I really don't like, I just don't find building them enjoyable. Whereas I really used to hate painting, whereas now I think that's my favourite bit. Just sitting painting minis. I'm not creative in many aspects of life, but I'm pretty creative when it comes to mini painting. these last kind of finishing off these bits, it will be what really brings the model together now that there's lots of completed parts of skin. You could highlight up again, I suppose, with the skin if you wanted to keep going, but I'm not going to, just because I'm happy with where it is. And these are, I mean, these are going to sit in groups of 30, so I'm not going to go into huge detail with them. We're just approaching roughly an hour a model now, which is a fair time. We'll probably need maybe another hour just to, if we really wanted to just touch things up, finish off the straps, got the bandages, the base. The base I'll probably do with the rest of the army. In the same way that one of my past videos, the video before this actually, forest basing, I'll be doing them in that style. But yeah, but there was things that I probably could have done faster. I've still got to do the horns as well. So there's things that I could have done faster, like obviously I'm going back and doing a brown now, but I kind of could have done this earlier and then done all the washes together, stuff like that. I just hadn't quite decided what I was doing with it yet, but obviously when you're doing the next 25 of them, you kind of know exactly what paint you're using, what style you're using. It'll be faster. Still have to finish off the cloth as well. You could make all these little leather straps that are holding the armour together, or you could leave them metal. I think making them all leather would look better, but if you were going for speed then nobody would really care if you just left them metal. If you're wondering what the weird clicking thing is, there's fireworks going off within the music, with the lo-fi music, so. Just in case you're panicking that something's breaking around you. Like I was. Nope. Why is my camera going off? Oh, I think my phone's ran out of battery. It has. Oh well, I guess that's an impromptu end to the stream. I suppose I could use this one for now. Maybe not. Ugh, I think that's probably a good place to call it. I think my phone dying's probably the sign that, well, we've gone 5 hours. We've got most of these models done. Nothing too exciting left to do on stream anyway. But what I can do is I can I'll finish them off tomorrow. Right, let's see. Oh, it's upside down me. Let's not have that. There we are. Yeah, I will finish off these guys tomorrow on the stream for maybe like the first hour. Looking good. So the first hour I'll finish them off, and then I will maybe start on the character that Seafire suggested, which is probably a good idea. So yeah, I'll probably be on 12 o'clock GMT, so about 11 hours from now. And then I'll probably pretty much do an all day stream, maybe 12 after midday to about 8-9 o'clock at night, 8 or 9 hour stream, smash it out. But thanks very much for tuning in, really appreciated having you and enjoyed it, and hopefully I'll see you tomorrow if you're on. Catch you later. What we could do is raid someone else's stream, I think. Be a nice thing to do. We'll find someone with not very many viewers. If you want to leave it right after we do it, that's fine, but... Wait a minute. Need to log into Twitch. Most of the Warhammer stuff is actually just people playing games, so maybe next time. But thanks for tuning in, and I'll catch you tomorrow if you're on. Bye!